Person. Peter Pele is our deputy chairperson. Toko Mia is our secretary. Manda is our treasurer. And we have Audrey Lubier. We have Chris Gers. We have William Starkey. We have Bongwe Lutu. We have Alan Levine. We have Wazanai Chihombori Ndlovu and myself, Kodishang Tswane. Today, as we gather here, we have the privilege of hosting esteemed speakers who have made significant contributions to the advancement of the internet in Africa. Together, these distinguished individuals represent a collective spirit of innovation and collaboration that drives the Internet Society's mission forward. As we embark on this journey together, let's remember that the internet knows no boundaries and its potential to transform lives is limitless. Let's draw inspiration from the achievements of the Internet Society chapters across Africa and the expertise of our esteemed speakers. Together, we can continue to unlock the potential of the internet to create a brighter and more connected Africa. Once again, I would like to welcome you to this gathering of minds, ideas, possibilities, and let's embrace the opportunities before us and work together to shape a digital future that leaves no one behind. With that said, I have the honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. David Bekele, the Internet Society Regional Vice President for Africa. He has more than 2 decades of experience in internet development in Africa and around the world. And at the Internet Society, he worked in various positions supporting Africa around internet policy and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a round of applause to Dr. David Bekele.
Thank you, Francis. Good morning to all. Thank you for coming to this session that we call Internet Society Day, even though it is a half day. I know that it's the end of the week and you want to go and visit the city or something else, but you have chosen to come here, so thank you so much. I see many faces that I know, so I'm sure that many of you have heard about the Internet Society, but I also see some new faces, and for this reason, I would like to say a few words about the Internet Society. So the Internet Society is a non-profit organization established more than 30 years ago by the pioneers of the Internet, Wimster, Bob Kahn, and many others. Today, our vision is Internet for everyone. Our mission is to have an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy Internet for everyone. And we don't work alone. We have close to 100,000 members around the world, including in Africa and South Africa. We have around 90 chapters. Victory, it's 130 chapters. And as you have heard, we have a chapter here in South Africa, but more than 35 around Africa. We have around 90 organizational members, and we have staff all around the world, and including here in Africa. So what is the purpose of this meeting today? We really work with the community, and we always want to tell our community what we are planning to do, what we are doing, and also get inputs from you. So today we are going to talk about some of the things that are very important for us. It's not, we are not going to be exhaustive. We are not going to talk about everything, but some of the things that we believe might be interesting for this audience. And we would like to hear from you. So I hope that it will be very participative. So don't hesitate to come during the questions and answers session to comment, to ask questions, etc. But we also want to hear from you about what we should do in the future. In particular, we are concerned. We believe that there are major threats on the internet. The internet that we love might not exist, at least the way we know it. So we wanted to hear from you what are the threats that you see, so that we can work with you on making sure that we mitigate those threats. So that will be what we will discuss around the end. So we'll start by 2 sessions that describe a little bit what we do. The first one, we call it Internet at the Crossroad. It will talk about some of the things that we do to make the internet secure, trustworthy, and then and also global. And we are going to continue with another session that will talk about growing the internet, because in spite of the great progress that we have had in the last few decades, there are still too many people that are not connected, in particular in Africa. So we are going to discuss what are the things that we do to help get more people connected. And then at the end, as I said, we are going to discuss about the threats that that we believe, well, in fact, in that session, we are not even saying anything about what we believe, but rather we would like to hear from you what are the threats that you see, so that we can take those into consideration. I think I will stop here. Again, thank you for coming, and I hope that we'll get lots of inputs from this meeting. Thank you. I think Marcus is not here. You're here. Okay, so.
Yeah, thank you. Let's give them another resounding applause. The next session will be shared by Kevin and Victor. So Kevin is going to talk about routing security, and then later Victor will talk about global internet encryption day.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everyone. Morning. So as you've heard, my name is Kevin Chege. I'm going to talk to you about a project we're carrying out at ISOC with the great help of the community. And this project is aimed at improving routing security and in general security on the internet. So this is a slightly technical presentation, but I'll try to avoid a lot of technical terms. And of course, we'll have a Q&A and I can clarify. So routing security, the way the internet works is one network is connected to another network, and those two networks share what is called routing information. And routing information is mainly how one network communicates with another network. Now, on the internet, the number of visible networks are identified with a number that's called the autonomous system or autonomous system number. And there are currently 74,000 networks if you count the number of autonomous systems available. And autonomous system just means a network that is under the control of one organization or one entity. So if you count the number of autonomous system networks that are visible on the global internet, those are 74,000. And what happens is those 74,000 networks each share information about how they are connected to a neighboring network. So in the case of this hotel, for example, this hotel is provided by an internet service provider. That internet service provider is connected to another internet service provider. And those two internet service providers will exchange routing information, which basically says, this is my network. My network is number 1. I'm connected to number 2, and we are connected in this way. Now, that works pretty well. That's how all of us are able to get online. However, there are a couple of weaknesses in how this information is shared. So each network will have a device that's called a router, very similar to the ones you might have at home, only that the ones at your internet service provider are probably larger and more capable. These routers use a certain language or a certain protocol to exchange information with other routers. Basically, there's a certain format that one device will use to communicate with another device on the network and share what's called this routing information. And that language or that protocol is called BGP, or Border Gateway Protocol. And it's used globally to connect different networks together on the internet. Now, there are a couple of weaknesses there with how it's done. It's because any network can declare incorrect information about how it's connected to another network. And that is because BGP, it relies on trust. Basically, it means that if all of us are having our own networks together and we're all connected, if this was a small network here, you have to trust me when I tell you I'm connected to this network in this manner. I have to trust you that you're going to give me accurate and honest information about how you're connecting to your neighboring networks. So that trust can be manipulated, or it can be taken advantage of. And that is a big problem on the internet, because it means if the information on the internet is incorrect, it means one network can impersonate another network or can hijack another network, which I'm going to explain shortly. So a number of issues that can that as the result of how BGP has been set up, the weaknesses related to it. You can have what's called a route leak. A route leak basically means that as network information is shared between routers on the internet, one network can, or several networks can declare incorrect information that results in routing information being compromised or being misleading. Basically, what that would mean in the real world is, let's say we're here in South Africa, I'm trying to reach a network in a neighboring country, or a country in Africa like Zimbabwe, and the path that should go should be, maybe on land and just connect directly. But because of an incorrect routing advertisement that comes up, or an incorrect information from the networks, it means instead of traffic flowing directly within Africa, it goes through an incorrect route, a very inefficient route. So you do still get your information, you do still get to the network you're supposed to get to, but you take a very, very long path around the globe that was not supposed to happen. So that's what's called a route leak. Another thing that could happen is what's called a route hijack. Now, this is more serious. So a route hijack in this case is you're trying to reach your home network, you're trying to reach a device back home in South Africa, maybe you're browsing something that's in another part of the globe. And your traffic, instead of going to the appropriate destination, it's hijacked by someone else on the internet, and then they can then receive the information you have. If you're trying to log into a bank website, for example, that information is then accessed by someone else. Basically, the traffic gets redirected. So the way to understand the two issues here is a route leak. Yes, whatever you're browsing, you're going to get to it eventually, but with a route hijack, it doesn't get to the appropriate destination, which is a very serious issue in terms of security. And finally, impersonation, as I said, one network can impersonate another network, or using these leaks in these weaknesses in BGP, you can impersonate another website. So for example, if your bank has not properly set up their network, it is very possible to impersonate a bank website, create a fake one, you manipulating the information on BGP, creating a fake bank website, and then you harvest all the credentials that are coming in, the usernames and passwords. So it is a big issue. So this animation is basically just to explain what I was trying to talk about. So the user in orange there, or yellow, I'm not sure how it appears on the screen. Yeah, orange. You're trying to access a website on the internet, google.com. The correct path is through the blue icon there, or the blue gentleman. We'll assume that's a network. But an incorrect or a misleading BGP advertisement is announced on the internet, and instead of going the correct path, you're routed through another network. And as a user, you may not really know what's happened. You think you've gone the right way, but it results in a route leak, or you end up being routed or being directed to an incorrect or a fake website. Now, this of course has big impacts on privacy. Any weakness in security automatically has an impact on privacy. So you can have what are called man in the middle attacks or adversary in the middle attacks. It means there's an impersonator, or there's someone listening into your conversations and can track the information you're sending, usernames and passwords, especially if they're not secure. Hijacks, it means if you're trying to access a bank website or any other website, school, university network, where you have to send your credentials are received by someone else, and they can use that later on for other attacks. And then impersonation, as I said, creating a fake website or database or anything. So what's the solution here? So there's a community-led project that's called MANAS. MANAS stands for Mutually Agreed Norms of Routing Security, MANRS. It was implied a bit during the ICANN presentation. They have a similar program that's for DNS. This one is for routing. And this basically defines best current practices for routing security so that we improve the security on the internet. And it's mainly focused or aimed at our network operators, our internet exchange points, and our content delivery networks, and also our vendors. So we have a program for each of those four categories, and there are specific actions they're supposed to take there, which will improve the internet for all of us, improve security for all of us. So under those four programs that I've mentioned, the CDN, content data networks, internet exchange point, ISP, and equipment vendor, they are required to carry out certain actions to improve security. One of them is filtering. Filtering just means making sure the information, as I shared earlier, the information you receive from one network is correct, and you make sure that you're not receiving incorrect routing information. And similarly, you don't send incorrect routing information on the internet. That way, you're just making sure that you're basically a good neighbor on the internet, and you're sending honest and accurate information about how you're connecting on the internet. And if more and more networks carry out this best current operational practices, the internet is going to be more secure for all of us. So the program has a number of tools and resources available to you. One of them is the observatory. We call it the MANAS Observatory. You can go to observatory.manas.org. You'll be able to see a dashboard of routing security and any routing incidents that are happening. So observatory.manas.org, it is public facing. You can go to it right now and see some information about routing security. Then once you become a MANAS participant or a MANAS member, you do get elevated access, and you can get more and more information about your network. So if your network is involved in a routing incident or is a victim of a routing incident, very high chance you're going to get that information from the routing from the MANAS Observatory. We also have a lot of trainings available. So if you're in the room and you're a network operator, you have staff who you would like to learn more about routing security and MANAS, we have a lot of trainings available. There are a lot of primers and documents on the MANAS website if you go to manas.org. And also on the e-learning platform for ISOC, you can get a lot of training materials there as well. So this year, I'll just quickly go through the activities we've done so far. We've been improving the MANAS Observatory. The observatory aggregates a lot of information about networks on the internet and then displays charts and graphs about the state of routing security globally. You can go there and see, and we always make improvements to that data. We have a mentors and ambassadors program. So if you're interested in learning more about routing security or participating in it, we signed up with 12 mentors and ambassadors joined the MANAS program this year for 6 months. And what they're doing is carrying out trainings or, at events like this, talking about routing security. As I mentioned, we have trainings. We're also engaging new communities like CSATs, and also we had what we called a Routing Security Summit earlier this year in July, which was a week full of trainings and other activities aimed at improving knowledge on routing security. So one positive outlook, the MANAS program is going to be 10 years old next year. We've been doing it for nine years. There was a very good BGP workshop carried out in the United States, and they mentioned MANAS as the sort of go-to set of best practices that all network operators should adopt in order to improve routing security. So in the slides, there's a link to a YouTube session there of what they were discussing, a very interesting conversation there. So I'll wind up with the plans for Manners this year. So Manners has been there for 9 years, and we're looking at further improvements to the process. We want to introduce an elevated tier for Manners. We're improving the Manners auditing and making improvements to the observatory all the time. Policy engagement and trainings, that's continuous work that we do continuously. We're also looking for more support. We have received a lot of support from the community and from some organizations and networks in this room. We thank you very much. You can specifically sponsor the work going to the observatory or to the Mentors and Ambassadors program, or come in and help with our training activities as well. Later on this year in November, we're going to have what we call the Routing Security Summit. Routing Security Symposium, excuse me. So that will be a chance for you to learn more about what has been going on this year with Manners and more opportunities available to you and how you can learn more about routing security. So finally, why should you join Manners if you're a network operator or an ISP or an IXP? It helps you to improve your routing posture. It makes your network more secure by default. You're setting a baseline of how you're going to send information on the internet, how you're going to receive it, and that in essence improves security. By improving security, you are improving your privacy. You're going to be joining a network of network operators who are more keen on security and making the internet more secure. And you can use it, if you're an ISP, you can use this as a Manners as a competitive differentiator, whereby you can show that you're taking security very seriously. And if you're a network, although I'm mentioning ISP, IXP, if you're a network and you have your own ASN, you can also sign up for Manners and join the Manners program. It's at no cost. So I'd like to stop here, say thank you very much. I'll be around for Q&A. You can go to the Manners website for more information about Manners. So I'd like to say thank you very much. Maybe hand back to Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to invite Victor to come and talk about global internet encryption. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Let's work. Good
morning, everyone. So my name is Victor Ndona. I'm Community Engagement Manager for the Africa region. I work with our chapters, 38 of them in Africa, to support the vision and mission of the Internet Society. I'm happy to have members and leaders of the Internet Society South Africa chapter here in the room, and many Internet Society chapter members and individual members that I serve every day. So what I'm going to talk about falls in the area of, as David mentioned, the Internet Society exists to keep the internet open, globally connected, secure and trustworthy for everyone. So what I'm going to present falls in that area of keeping the internet secure and trustworthy for everyone. So I'm going to talk about that part of our work and the initiative that we call Global Encryption Coalition. And one of the main activity of that coalition is the Global Encryption Day. So early this morning, I was sharing some backlog, and many of you were asking me, where's the key? So, and this activity is part of that area of work of keeping your communication secure and protecting your privacy on the internet. So if I'm the carrier, I have your packet, and if I have the key, I will have opened your packet and see what is inside before even delivery. So your key should be only you. So your communication on the internet should be between you, the sender, and the receiver. It should be end-to-end encrypted. So the Global Encryption Day is an annual day of action to promote and defend encryption for everyone. Next slide, please. Oh. Yes, as I mentioned, the Global Encryption Day is an initiative of the Global Encryption Coalition that was founded in 2020 by the Center for Democracy and Technology, global partners, digital, and the Internet Society. And the coalition now has more than 250 members. And the mission of the coalition is simple, is to promote and defend encryption in key countries and multilateral fora where it is under threat. So why encryption is under threat? And many of you may have heard about it. So many governments like to know what people are sharing on the internet. So the encryption is under threat because not only government, but also private entity are willing to break your privacy on the internet. They want to know what people are sharing. And many of you here move from app to app. Many use Telegram or WhatsApp or others because it's end-to-end encrypted. Your communication is just between you and the sender. So as David mentioned, we don't work alone. We work with partners. We work with our community. So the coalition is led by a steering committee that is formed by members from the Internet Society, from the Center for Democracy and Technology, global partners, digital, Mozilla, and the Internet Freedom Foundation. You can see on this slide, it's just the distribution of the 250 plus members, as I mentioned earlier. So we have in Africa, 25 of those 250 members are based in Africa. And we have a good number, you see the majority are civil society, but civil society because most of the users want privacy, want the internet that is secure and trustworthy. So the Global Encryption Day is coming, is next month, October 21st, and it's happening every day since the coalition was founded. And for this year, the theme is simple, is encryption makes people powerful. So you feel powerful when you know that your communication on the internet is secure, is what you are sending to your correspondent at the other end of the world can only be decrypted or read by that receiver. So just additional information, the Global Encryption Day has happened since 2021. So the first theme was to promote the use of encryption, because the more people use encryption, the better it is. So the more powerful we become. We have a strong community of people using encryption. And it's even simple. If you start making sure that your encryption is enabled on your website, that you use HTTPS and such kind of things. And last year, the theme was to protect the encryption from threats. As I mentioned earlier, threats from government and also private entity. So this year puts forward more hopeful messages and strengthening in numbers. So there is safety when more people use encryption. And we are more powerful when there is a strong community of people using encryption, and that strong community can also defend the encryption and keep our communication secure on the internet. This slide, most of our chapters here, and also some of you may be part of an organization that is a member of the coalition. So we support the member of the coalition to do that advocacy of promoting and protecting encryption. So this year we opened a grants program. It's a mini grants of $1,000 to help the members to organize local activities to promote and defend encryption. So you can see it's already closed, but all the 50 available grants were distributed. So what can you do this year on that Global Encryption Day? So if you are not a member yet, I share some sticker. You can just go on the Global Encryption Coalition. So you can become a friend of the coalition, you can become a member, or you can just emphasize and amplify the message of the coalition. So you can host a Global Encryption Day in your country, and you will find all the resources and supporting material that you need on the Global Encryption website. I was applying for the grant. If you didn't do it this year, you can definitely do it next year for the Global Encryption Day 2024. And what action also can you take? Is encryption is under threat in your country, particularly in Africa. I believe we have 2 countries where encryption is under threat because of projects of law that is ongoing in Nigeria and in Mauritius as well. So you can share a testimonial on how encryption help keep you safe on the internet. Maybe why you use Telegram or why you use WhatsApp instead of having other messaging app that don't apply end-to-end encryption. So you can amplify the work of the global encryption on social media. You will see all the helpful the toolkit with all the helpful material that you can use, as I said, to amplify this advocacy effort that we are all working towards. And for organization or civil society organization, you can make a press release. And you will also find on the website a template that you can just use to personalize. And for those who want to support that promotion, you can be a sponsor of Global Encryption Day activities in your country. So again, I was mentioning here, this is a website that you can go there and learn more about encryption, globalencryption.org, and you will find there all the information that you need to support this advocacy work of the Internet Society. So on that, I will thank you very much, and we will be open to questions. Over to you, Marcus.
Well, we have some few minutes for questions. Okay.
Yes, this is Alain Aguina. Thank you, Victor, for these presentations. I would like you to elaborate a bit on the regulations issue you mentioned in Mauritius and Nigeria. And then the second point also will be that when we are advocating for encryptions, we should not forget also key management, because I know friends who now have used PGP years ago to encrypt mail, but they lost the key and they can't read this mail today. So are we also looking at the key management? So yeah, this is the point now. Thank you.
Thank you. There's only one question now. Okay, just
So the 2 countries that I mentioned are Nigeria. So in Nigeria, in May 2022, there was a drive, I believe that it called app. It's called Code of Practice for Interactive Computer Service Operation. And that draft code threatened the encryption. Why? Because in that code, it requires traceability, so that the Nigeria National Information Technology and Development Agency is allowed through that code of practice to seek to regulate platform amongst other requirements, including traceability of exchange of transaction or communication between the on the internet. And if the government need to know to follow up on that and know where a communication is going between who user internet, that means they need to have your key. They need to encrypt to know everything that is going into the traffic. And that's why we believe that particular code threatens the encryption. And maybe that we can add more. And in Mauritius, there was in 2021 an amendment to the ICT Act. And the proposed amendment focused on the goal was to address the abuse and misuse of social media. And many of you knows how that effort to control social media to prevent abuse is a challenge for many governments. And some governments think that to address that, it can be through some kind of regulation or laws. So that particular act, amendment in Mauritius was intervening in the issuance of encryption certificate. So if your particular website, if you need a certificate from an authority, you get it. But the government in Mauritius would like to be the one controlling, to be the one between you and the authority that delivers that particular certificate. And maybe that we can come here and add more if you are in it.
Thank you, Victor. I'm not familiar with all of this, but the whole idea is that governments are sometimes, understandably, they want to protect their citizens, and for that, they want to know in some situations, for example, when there are terrorists involved, when there are, I don't know, people who are trying to commit crime online, they want to know the messages that they are exchanging. And for that, what we see again and again is that they want a backdoor. So they want to be able to decrypt the message when they need it. So they want to have a key that they have that will open your message. But the problem is that if there is a backdoor, it cannot be just for them. There will be a possibility for any criminal to take that key and decrypt it, which means we will have a very weak encryption, and weak encryption is not encryption. Would you use encryption to access your bank account if you have even a small doubt that someone can open it? It's not possible. So weak encryption is not encryption, and many governments, maybe with good intentions, want to make the encryption weak. So what we're saying is that we have to keep strong encryption. We understand the challenges that governments have, but we'll have to find other solutions that do not require us to, to touch on the strength of the encryption, because without encryption, we don't have a secure internet. We don't have everything that we're talking about, what Kevin was saying, it relies on encryption. Everything that secures the internet relies DNSSEC. We were talking about DNSSEC. It requires encryption. So without encryption, we cannot have a strong internet, secure internet. So let's not mess it up. And sometimes it is governments well-intended with good intentions that that can create damage. And that's why we need the community. That's why work, and that's why we have all those tools to inform, to create the awareness at the local level, so that we don't have those laws that might have an impact well beyond your country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. And what I will add is the good news is for Mauritius, that tentative from the government to allow HTTPS traffic to be routed through government control proxy server was not successful, thanks to the local and global advocacy. And that proposal of amendment was not adopted. So, and that's why we need advocacy. We need people to be informed. So if you see any proposal or an act or a law in your country that would threaten your privacy and make the internet less secure and trustworthy, you need to speak up and you need to mobilize and explain to the government why that tentative make us put everyone in danger on the internet. It doesn't just solve the issue, but it make the internet less secure and trustworthy. I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Questions? Yeah, I think. Okay, come on.
Thanks, Victor and David. So just to add on to what's been said, there are a lot of free training resources on the internet website. If you Internet Society website, you can go to internetsociety.org/learning, and there's a free course on encryption there. There's a free course on manners and several others, and they're available in English, French, and I believe also Spanish. So you can get to understand more about encryption and also the risks associated with having weak encryption, which basically means anyone on the internet can, there'll be no privacy and there'll be no security on the internet, because any information you send will be able to be understood by anyone. So that will then we can trust on the internet. If you don't trust that I can send you a secure message, or you can send, you can log in securely to your websites or social media accounts, high chance you're going to stop using those social media platforms, and basically you'll stay offline on the internet. So that's why encryption is very important. So internetsociety.org/learning, a number of free courses there available for everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Roman Secret, Victor. The next session is going to talk about fragmentation of the internet, and the moderator of the session is Victor. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you again, Marcus. So to get started, I would like to invite to the stage here our distinguished panelists. I can see Henriette is already here. You can welcome Henriette as she joins us here on stage. And Professor Ne is not here. Yes, we will get started as Professor Nick Weno will join us, I believe, very soon. So thank you, and we're going to get started.
One slide I want to show. Is that possible? Yes. Oh, is it to the back?
Yeah.
There's no HDMI cable here.
No.
It's actually. Also just change it. Okay. Good morning, everyone. That light is very, very bright. Is it possible to dim it a little bit? Morning, everyone. So Victor already said my name, Henriette Esterhuizen. I am from Johannesburg, proud and happy to be from Johannesburg, even though the city is falling apart. It's very fragmented, in fact. And I am currently working as a consultant, but I have been the chair of the Global UN Internet Governance for a Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and I'm still associated with the Association for Progressive Communications. And I've had the pleasure of working with Dawood for many years.
Thank you, and have a pleasure to working with you for, I don't know, last 2 decades.
Yes.
It's very nice to see you here. Discuss something that is maybe new to some of us, but that is very important for the future of the internet. So I failed to introduce myself earlier. So I am David Bakala. I am Regional Vice President for Africa for Internet Society. And I am from Ethiopia, and I'm very happy to be here. Professor Ni might be was the third person in the panel, but unfortunately, I think he's caught up at the ministerial meeting that is happening in parallel. So Henriette and I will start, and then I think if he manages to get out, he can still continue. Okay.
Can I start? I want to ask the participants, who thinks that the internet is fragmented? Anyone who thinks the internet as we know it today is fragmented?
I think Henriette,
is there
know what internet fragmentation means? Maybe
well,
that's
let's ask anyone who thinks the internet is not fragmented. There's one there. Anyone else? And another one. So before we start, I just would like you to say to us, the two of you, please, our two eminences, Maimura-san and Master Elkins, to tell us why, just briefly, but you have to go to a microphone. Why do you think it's not fragmented? And not a speech, please, just a very short response.
Thank you, Henriette. My name is Akinori Maimura from JPNIC, Japan. Yes, the reason I would say that the internet is not fragmented is we at the technical community, including the regional internet registries and ICANN, are trying, and the purpose of them is to distribute the unique identifier to the everyone on the globe to maintain its uniqueness. That is not to fragment the internet. If we try to fragment the internet, we would distribute the identifiers, which is a little bit different ones, different systems of the identifiers to the place to place. So, but we are not doing that. That is all reason why I don't think internet is fragmented. Thanks.
Good morning, Mark Elkins. I don't think the internet is fragmented because generally speaking, I can get to where I want to on the internet from anywhere as long as the local internet is working. People may believe that the internet is fragmented in certain areas because of what they do and how they do things and the associations or the committees or whatever it is that they're running, not wishing to speak to other people. So that fragmentation, if it does exist, is brought about by those organizations. And I believe it to be fictional, except in those people's minds.
Thanks, both of you. So now I'm going to give the mic to, now Dawood can start. I just butted in and apologies for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was distracted, but I heard the beginning of what Mark was saying, and he said he can communicate with anyone around the world. Are you sure? Aren't there parts of the world where you cannot communicate? For example, currently there are parts of the world that are under internet shutdown. You will not be able to communicate with them. There are parts of the world where some of the applications that you are using are not accessible. So, in fact, I was going to ask the question, in fact, what is it that you liked when you joined, especially for those of us who are alive when there was no internet? What was it that made it so interesting? And for me, what made the internet so interesting is that exactly what you said, that I could connect with anyone around the world who is on the internet and with very little or almost no cost. Is that true today? Is it going to be true in the future? That is exactly what we wanted to discuss today. So let me go to what I have prepared. I know that the concept of internet fragmentation is new, and even the definition is not very clear. So sometimes the names that we use are internet fragmentation, splinternet, cyber balkanization, and other names. The internet fragmentation or splinternet is the idea that the open, globally connected internet, we all use splinters into a collection of isolated networks controlled by government or corporations. There might be many reasons for that balkanization or splintering. It can be technology. Unfortunately, technology also contributes in some cases. It can be commerce, politics, nationalism, religion, and divergent national interests. Some examples of small things. Sometimes they are so small that you think they don't matter, but they do. For example, some of the examples that we have collected at the Internet Society, there are some service mandates, like in India, that requires certain servers in India to use 2 specific NTP servers rather than the thousands that are available online. That will fragilize the system because time is critical for everything that happens on the internet. Without the right time, very bad things can happen. And something that was put in place by the Indian government, supposedly for cybersecurity reasons, can become itself a problem for the internet. You know that there are many application bans. Twitter was banned in Nigeria, TikTok in some parts of the world, especially in Europe and the US. In my own country, Ethiopia, Telegram was banned, even if it was not official, but you couldn't use Telegram for a very long time, etc. Content moderation. Governments could decide to block content at the level of the network, and it's not only their own people that they are depriving that content from, but also people from around the world. If, for example, you are accessing some content from a country and that country bans that content, then you don't have access to it. Internet shutdowns. And in Africa, we are very much concerned. There are so many regions, countries that are on shutdown almost on a daily basis. And recently, even though it didn't materialize that much, there are more and more calls to sanction a country from the internet. You have heard about sanctioning Russia. And I'm personally worried about that because sanctions, there are no regions that have as many sanctions as Africa. So if internet becomes one area where we sanction, then it might be Burkina Faso tomorrow, then Mali, then anywhere there is a coup d'etat, we are going to sanction that country and take it out from internet. So there will be parts of the world that will not be accessible on the internet. National gateways. Well, you have heard about Mauritius, but that's not the only country. Many countries have talked about national gateways with the intent to secure the country, but at the same time blocking content. And one of the most controversial one is the sender pays laws, where many network operators start to say, well, we are building the networks. We are the ones who spend the money. But the content providers come and really ride on our networks. They have to pay for that. It seems logical, and sometimes I sympathize with them. But in reality, what happens is that, it's against net neutrality. If, what made the internet so interesting is that you have new applications that come and they can really, there is no one to authorize them to be on the internet, and they can become the next Google, the next Facebook, etc. And if we have this kind of laws, then it will become more and more difficult especially for the new entrants. And we are going to lose one of the most important things about the internet. So what are the impacts for Africa, but also for the whole of the world? Internet users might not be able to access parts of the internet. It's already happening. It's not that it's not happening. Currently, I come from Ethiopia, as I said. There is one big region, the Amhara region, that I cannot access because they are under internet shutdown. And that was true before for the Tigray region and etc. So it has become something that we don't even mention because it is so common. Some content and applications are not available to some users, as I mentioned earlier. And what is, it is something that you can say, okay, well, today we don't have internet. It has big consequences on the country's economies. Who is going to really put, an important infrastructure in a country where we don't know what will happen tomorrow? We cannot put a server in a country where there is a risk of shutdown, where there is a risk of a law that will filter something, and not everything on that server will be accessible. And we are going to miss something that has been, at least for me, the most fantastic thing about the internet is that it is global. And we are going to miss that. We will have islands. We'll go back to where we were before. I was thinking earlier today, how many times I communicated outside of my country before the internet. I can tell you maybe not once a month or less than once a month. I didn't communicate with people outside of where I am. Even when I was abroad, calling my home, my family was so expensive that I called once a month at the very best. Now, think about how many people you have connected with since this morning, and from how many countries. I'm sure the average is more than 10 for many of us. And this is something very important that we might lose, because when you start communicating, you will have to say, where is that person? Are they going to access my message? This is not the internet. And this is not what we want to have. But the problem is that it is so slow that we don't see it coming. And we might think, well, and we take the internet for granted. Let's say it. I'm sure it's like the telephone or the electricity that we have. Those of you in South Africa might testify. You thought that you'll always have the electricity. And recently I hear Andrea telling me, sorry, I cannot, I have to disconnect now because I won't have electricity. And I don't think that she thought that this would be the case 10 years ago. But that is the reality today.
Dawood, I never take power for granted.
Yeah, but many take it. So let's not take the internet for granted.
A very clear introductory remark of the panels. So, but before we continue, I would like you to welcome, I can just introduce him as we call him the father of the internet in Africa, Professor Nick Weno. Round of applause for him. And what I will add is Professor Nick is also an inductee of the Internet Hall of Fame, class of 2012. So a round of applause again for him for that. So Dawood have introduced the topic already, but maybe, and thank you, Henriette, for introducing yourself already. Henriette is a trailblazer. What I know Henriette for is for all her work in developing capacities of young people in the area of internet governance in Africa. And the first time I met Henriette, I believe, was at the Africa School of Internet Governance. So thank you again, Henriette, for joining the panel. So maybe as Dawood tried to give a definition of fragmentation already, but we know there are many definitions. So maybe before we move to the next question, maybe I'll just give a few minutes to Henriette and then Professor Ni to give your own perspective of definition of what is fragmentation.
Thanks, Victor. I think it is really interesting, actually, that when we asked two really experienced technical people in the room said they don't think the internet is fragmented. And generally what we have at the moment is still, I think, a very strong conviction within the technical community that the internet is still interoperable and interconnected as a distributed network of networks, as you've said. But from policy people, we actually hear something very different, which is more concerned about the internet being fragmented. You have the United States Declaration on the Future of the Internet, that starts with that. You had initially the United Nations Global Digital Compact having internet fragmentation as one of the challenges that it tried to address. So there's this tension in a sense between what the policy people are saying and what the technical people are saying. To some extent, this whole debate started with the new IP proposals. Who is aware of the Huawei Chinese new IP proposals? So it might be interesting actually mentioning that, because a few years ago, there was a proposal for a new internet protocol, and it was seen to be driven by both political and commercial interests. And it was also seen to be a proposal that was gaining traction in Africa, amongst African governments in particular. And there was a very, very severe sort of geopolitical reaction against that, in my view, an overreaction from Europe and from the US. So it's very different aspects. They're also at national level, you can look at fragmentation of governance. Then there's fragmentation of the internet's technical layer. And I think there is general agreement that it's very robust. And I think it's one of the most amazing things about the internet, that it is robust, and that in spite of the best efforts of many people, it actually continues to be unfragmented. But I think the challenge, and then I'll leave it at here and give to Nii and to you. I think what we need to assume, and I think this is very important for the technical community, or not assume, don't assume that because this technical layer is so robust now and is still able to maintain an interconnected internet, that it always will be like that. You can, you just need to look back in history at the impact between the relationship between politics and technology, and how that can actually impact it. And I think, Dawood mentioned sanctions, for example. So maybe sanctions will only affect user experience fragmentation, but who knows that there aren't technical developments that are happening, maybe even without our knowledge, that could ultimately create some fragmentation at the technical layer. And even if it doesn't create fragmentation at the technical layer, what is the impact of fragmentation at the governance layer in the long run? So I do think that even if we feel confident that technically the internet is not yet fragmented, I don't think we should take the fragmentation at these other levels lightly. And why it's so important for technical people to be in those conversations is because I think that they are the ones that really understand what keeps that technical layer unfragmented. And if they're not participating in these other debates, policy that impacts on shutdowns, on censorship, on extranets, or on Great Walls of China and Russia, where you have a whole country that has its own version of an internet. If they're not engaged in those conversations, I think they are themselves putting the interconnectedness at the technical layer at risk in the long run. So I'll leave it at that, Victor, and let's hear what Nii has to say.
Thank you very much, Henriette. So without further ado, over to you, Professor Nii.
Actually, I'm scared of the subject. The subject is too heavy. But I hold a foreign perspective. The internet is to solve the fragmentation problem, because it's supposed to be network of networks. So by definition, at a technical level, we admitted that we are fragmented, in that we each must have a certain domain that we set policy for, that we control, and so on. So that's the starting point. We know and we expect that there will be differences. And so then we defined a method of behaving uniformly across. And that is what we call the internet. Okay. So that brings me to the thoughts of this Japanese thinking. If you have a pottery that is very precious and it happens to break, they call it kintsugi. You are able to melt back your pot with gold to become even stronger than the original pot. Okay. So here the analogy here says that we are starting with a broken pot and we are using TCP/IP to glue it back together to become stronger than each of the smaller pieces. What we perhaps have to do is look at the two other areas and ask, what is the equivalent of TCP/IP in terms of the fragmentation at the governance coordination level? And likewise, from the user experience, what is that? Because I reckon that the users themselves are fragmented. We like different things, okay? And so we need to find a way by which I can begin to like what you like, okay? Through the process of maybe harmonization, engagement, and so on. So notice that the three problems are really all same problem. And maybe the same technique we use for the technical one is what we might want to find the equivalence of in the two other layers. Now, it's very difficult, of course, to convince policymakers that their policies are immediately global. They want to think that their policies are within their realm. But when you have a global tool, your policy cannot remain local. Okay, so it means that when you are making your local policy, you have to be cognizant of the environment so that certain basic principles will adhere across. But just to add something that both David and Henriette pointed out, the commercial fragmentation is significant because the consolidation is extreme. And in fact, most of the users' experience is based on those. So already what is being offered tends to fragment when we started by uniting to have a common global thing. So it makes it very difficult to get a good handle on it. But I think the approach is perhaps more engagement and more sharing across, for instance, the governance level. So the work you folks are doing at the IGF is a way of harmonizing. Yes, there will be the threats at the technical level of new standards, but one would say, let them bring it on, because if it's going to be global, it will be scrutinized globally. And if it really has the winning solution, we will gravitate towards it. If it doesn't have, we will not use it. So we should rely on the strengths of the internet to an extent to defend the internet. Maybe that's the way. Let me stop here. Yeah. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Professor Nee.
I don't want to be interjecting regularly in your conversation. I would like you to have a conversation, but I also want the conversation between yourself and our participant here. Maybe if someone have a comment or question or perspective, you can also share, or maybe David want to add something.
Yeah, I think it's not bad if we take some questions before we continue. Questions or comments?
Mark Elkins again. So what is very, very clear is the internet is not fragmented, but people are. It's people's problem, not internet problem.
But that depends how you understand the internet. What is the internet without people?
I can remember. When we started using the internet was sometimes referred as the evil, like internet steal something, internet bring the naughty contents to the children. But it is not the internet, but the people. Then, everyone is not necessarily friends with, right? Someone I have someone I hate, someone hate me, someone I'm really good friend with. That's people. Country to country, some countries are quite a conflict with another country. That's not the internet, but countries are conflicting with each other. So now, in that way, the conflict and the fragmentation are okay. Another one is that 30 years ago, when I got access to the internet, there are the application, it's very limited, like email, net news, what else? World Wide Web, great thing. And they are all okay, but now it is not the entire shape of internet, but we definitely rely on the commercial operators' services. Then maybe we are not living in such a primitive internet, but quite commercialized and empowered internet, which is quite a commercial situation. It's all about business. So, to think, to extend my thinking on that, I sometimes wonder what technical committee is doing. Like we are doing something like making a land. Then even there are wars, even there are conflict. We are the land. Just we need to observe them as it is. So that's something I may be wrong, but that's I sometimes that sentiment that which I sometimes came across. So my point is, technically the technical infrastructure of the internet might be not fragmented, but the realities, socialities, humanities are sometimes fragmented. That's my point. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we agree that probably at the current moment, the technical layer is probably the least fragmented. And as Professor Nee said, maybe the other layers might learn from how this happened, how the technical people, left their differences and agreed to work together for a global internet. It's true that human beings are complicated, and when you go to the social levels, the political, etc., things get more complicated. It's not about exchanging bits, but it's about exchanging ideas, and not everybody agrees that those ideas are important. So I think that it is more complicated, but you might be right. For example, yesterday we were talking about the multi-stakeholder model, the consensus-based, discussions, etc. These are things that, that have come, I believe, from the technical community, and that might help the others to find solutions for the problems that might bring the fragmentation. I don't know if Andrea, what you have.
I think that we cannot, it's naive to think that the internet is isolated from the rest of society. Bad things are done on the internet by bad people who do bad things offline as well as online. So I think we know that when we're looking at how to combat cybercrime, how to deal with child sex abuse, for example. We cannot just deal with these problems on the internet. We have to deal with them in society as well. And I think that applies to fragmentation as well. And I think that this notion, I think there's a little bit of internet protocol, TCP/IP is so powerful that I think we sometimes take its power for granted. And I think we shouldn't. It's powerful, it's been historically powerful, it remains powerful. But if we can have the degree of fragmentation at the user experience level and at the policy and governance level on top of this interconnected internet that we have today, how can we actually assume that we are not going to have an internet? Firstly, how can we assume that technical fragmentation might not actually happen? And secondly, does it really matter if we don't have technical fragmentation when we have fragmentation at so many other levels? So I do think we need to take it quite seriously. And I think it's the task of the technical community and of the policy community. An example would be something like in Europe, there is now a regulation on interoperability between instant messaging systems. As a result of this regulation, there's now at the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, a working group that's working on interoperability between different messaging platforms, Signal and WhatsApp and whatever. Now, this is an example, I think, this is not TCP/IP, but it is part of technical interoperability, not at the TCP/IP layer, but at the layer of how people use the internet. So I think that it's essentially, I think, having our goal always has been and continues to be and should continue to be an unfragmented internet. But I think we cannot take it for granted. I don't think any of us can, not the policy people, not the human rights people, not the technical people, not the anti-trust, people. So as Nee said, there's consolidation in internet marketplaces. That also creates a form of fragmentation in a sense, because this idea that the internet facilitates open innovation for anyone everywhere and just simply doesn't apply or doesn't apply as easily. So yeah, I think that's what my response would be. Yes, let's continue to protect this core of technical interoperability, but let's not take its robustness for granted. It is very robust, but don't take it for granted, and don't assume that it's not necessary to address fragmentation at the other layers.
I think I want to support the two views here. The technical community might have anticipated this kind of fragmentation. And that is why right at the very beginning, they offered a certain method that we commonly refer to as the multi-stakeholder approach. And it got injected into the WISIS and IGF, et cetera, for a purpose. Am I okay now? Okay. Yeah, all I wanted to suggest was that part of this challenge might have been anticipated. And so the technique that had been successful in helping the technical level become more interoperable or seamlessly one, that technique was also imported, let's say, into the governance level at the time when public policy became interested in the internet because of its impact on society. Okay, so maybe our challenge is how to deepen this MS in other policy domains. Maybe those which are not necessarily related to internet, as if you want to come up with a policy on a school system, you might consider applying this multi-stakeholder approach to get more people engaged, and then also use a similar methodology of dealing with issues as opposed to what people prefer. As the stumbling block to many of these things have to do with concerns. And so if we are able to apply the same approach in the policy or the governance area, and also in the social area, it might help reduce some of these tensions. But I do agree that we should not take the internet for granted. It's fragile and it can be abused. We are well aware of that. So cybersecurity folks try to practice the same methods. Government officials, policymakers try to apply the same method, because it sort of weeds out the chaff, so to speak. It allows everybody to be heard, and all of us can see what is preferred, and then makes it easier then for the authoritative top-down people to select based on the options that they have been provided. So I tend to think that we may be in the right direction, but we may not be adopting the methods as rapidly as we can to help address the other two layers, the user layer as well as the policy layer. So it's something we should drive home more. Yeah.
Thank you very much to all of you. I don't know if anyone else have a burning comment or question. I know I'm standing between the coffee break and you, but I know we started a little bit late. But before we close, maybe I was just letting our dear panelists having a conversation. If you may have any other takeaway that the participant here or call to action or any last comment that you would like to add before we close the session?
Well, I will just like to say, first of all, thank you to my co-panelists for this conversation. So we are still trying to think of a potential, a highly potential challenge that will be facing in the future. And I believe the discussion should, get wider. More and more people should discuss about it. As I said, for example, the lack of electricity today is really a big problem for some of the countries, not only South Africa. I think most of Africa has a problem. And it's not when the problem happens that we can deal with it. Things have to be done well before. So I think it might not be a very interesting subject because it is not something that we see easily, but it is something that is important because we all like to have the internet that we have today, and we want, to benefit from this internet in the future, and the next generation also has an internet that we have all enjoyed. So let's continue the discussion. Thank you.
I think the only thing I would add is that in Africa, the aspect of fragmentation of the user experience that is the most prominent one is digital inequality. I think that's the one thing. We can talk about this fragmentation at the policy layer and at the user experience layer and at the technical layer, but let's not forget that while we don't have all Africans with availability and affordability to use the internet, here in Africa, our internet will be fragmented.
Thank you, Henriette. That's it, Professor.
I think the important thing is that we are discussing it. We are here together. We seem to agree there's a problem, and it's from the different views. But we have tools. Okay. One, you mentioned the layers. So we are going in layers. So from the bottom, I can't solve the top. Okay. But others at the upper layer might be able to. Now, how do they go about it? Inherit some of the, methods which have worked to, maybe simplify the problem at the technical level, might be applicable in the higher layers as well. And that is a good way to go. We are not going to solve it instantly because this affordability business is a big issue. It's a fragmentation. Okay. Educational differences, a fragmentation. So our problem is large, but we're going to have to apply the same methods that have worked at a lower level, perhaps adapted in the higher levels, because the IGF approach is slightly different from IETF, okay, from ICANN, from AFNOG, and so on. So we can do it, and we should just move forward talking about the issue and looking for what are the knots to solve. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and join me again in
Thanking our dear panelists. And this brings end to our session. So a round of applause for the panelists. And then over to you, Marcus, you're here.
Thank you. Let's give them another resounding applause. The fragmentation issues is huge. I will eat it one bit at a time. Thank you. One of our delegates has misplaced a mobile phone, an Apple phone. Whoever finds it, please give it to me so that I hand it over to her. The break is at the other side. Let's spend 20 minutes over there and come back. Thank you very much. The cameras.
So I completely disapprove of this institution and what they do. I don't know if they hear. Sorry. They're fragmenting the
Est-ce que tu parles?
Very good.
Can you whenever meeting that? Yeah. Well, very good. You know that Fatima working with Mike Jensen.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. The next session is growing the internet, and we have 3 presentations. The first one from Kevin Chege, Internet Society Vision 50-50. The second one will be ISP self-assessments by Ghislaine. And the third one is measuring the resilience of the internet in Africa by Kevin Chege. On this, I would like to invite Kevin to come and do his presentation.
Is this? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so another presentation on another project we're doing at Internet Society, which is of great benefit to the region, which we're going to talk about, internet exchange points. Before I start, how many are familiar with the term IXP, Internet Exchange Point? 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many are not familiar with IXP? Either you know or you don't know. You cannot have your hand down both times. So 2 questions. But anyway, so IXP is slightly different from ISP, from Internet Service Provider. So your Internet Service Provider is whoever you're using to get online, whether it's on your mobile phone or your laptop or whatever device you're using to get on the internet. IXP is slightly different. An IXP is a building, a central location where different internet service providers come to connect to each other in order to keep traffic in a country local. It's a very important facility on the internet. So as ISOC, we have, hope that's better. As ISOC, we have a number of projects which we support or lead in terms of getting IXPs, more IXPs in the African region. So that animation there just shows you how all of us here are, if you're in a country with an IXP, you are somehow passing traffic through that, accessing that is something that is local in that country. So the diagram there, you see 4 ISPs in blue, 4 different ISPs. They all connect to a local or a central internet exchange point, and the traffic there is local. And a simple way to, thanks, is better. So a simple way to understand IXP is just like an airport. If we are going to fly to another country, we'll all go to a central location where all the airplanes park, and we can all exchange and board different planes. Or when you get to one country in order to go to another country, you just change from that same location. And that's the same way to think about an IXP, Internet Exchange Point. So IXPs are very critical to a country, and especially in improving the speeds and also the efficiency and reducing the costs. So the chart that you see there at the bottom, I was just checking what are the number of IXPs in South Africa. South Africa is leading the way in the number of local internet exchange points as a country. I think the number there is 13. And you can go to the Pulse website and you can get a very similar chart for your country. You can check how many internet exchange points are in your country. So IXPs are very important because they reduce costs for us to get online, and they also significantly improve the efficiency of the internet. It means instead of accessing content that would be otherwise outside the country. If that content is in the country, we can access that content in a very fast way. So as ISOC, we engage in a number of activities to promote the establishment of internet exchange points. I'm going to go through them here. We work with several partners who are also in the room, and we thank you all for that collaboration. And if you're in a country where more IXPs are needed, there are a number of resources that are available, and there are a number of ways you can contribute to having an IXP in your country. If you're a policymaker, IXPs, yes, they're technical infrastructure, but it does require a lot of policy support to make sure that there's an encouraging environment to support the establishment of IXP. So if you're a policymaker in the room, you also have an important role in making sure that any barriers to the establishment of an IXP are out of the way, and IXPs can be set up and thrive. So we do a lot of work with partners in the region. I think yesterday you all heard about the Coalition for Digital Africa. Those are some of the partners we work with in the African region to promote the IXP work we're doing. In Asia Pacific, APNIC Foundation and APIX are other partners we work with in that region. And if you're in the Latin American region, we work with LAC-IX and LAC-NIC to promote or encourage more IXPs or strengthen IXPs that are there as well. Now, if you're in this meeting or following us online and you're in a country where there's no IXP or you need assistance to set up an IXP, there is a grant program available from ISOC. You can apply there. You'll get support. You can get support in the form of equipment. IXP is all about equipment, so you can get support in the form of equipment or other kinds of support to help you in establishing an IXP in your country. So a related project that we're doing that's sort of quite attached to the IXP project is the 50-50 vision. Now, as I mentioned, IXPs play a very important role in keeping traffic local in a country. They are actually critical infrastructure, and they also have a lot of economic benefits. We did do a study 2012, I believe, and we studied two economies, Nigeria and Kenya, to assess the impact of IXPs. And it was found out that IXPs help not only localize content, of course, but have a very big benefit in terms of cost savings to a country. So if you go to the ISOC website, I'm sure you can find that study there. So what we are trying to establish is how much traffic remains local in a country, how much traffic is exchanged within a country and not cross-border or leaving that country in a sort of inefficient manner. So we have a project which we call 50-50, in which we believe the 50-50 or a ratio of 50% of local traffic and 50% of non-local traffic is sort of a good target point to have in order to ensure local traffic is kept local in a country and the internet is as efficient as possible. So there are a number of activities there for technical communities, also policymakers, and org members. There are various roles you can play there. We are doing right now what we call a number of measurements to actually determine when you're in your home country and you browse a local website, let's say, for example, an e-government website or a social media website. Are you accessing it in that country, or is it perhaps leaving your country? You have to take a long round trip outside the globe. And we believe with those measurements, we can significantly have improvements in terms of how efficient connectivity in a country is. So that's what we're calling the 50-50 vision. So you cannot improve what you cannot measure. So right now we are at the measurement phase of this activity of 50-50. You can all play a role, which I'm going to describe. But right now we do need to increase the number of measurements that we have available in the African region. So there are a number of devices you can plug into your network in terms of probes that can help us really identify in your country when you're accessing a video, when you're playing a video of a social media site or a content data network site. Did you access that video that was hosted in your country, or was it perhaps outside Africa? If it's outside Africa or outside your country, it means perhaps you've paid more for that. Perhaps it was a very slow experience for you, and that's something that should be improved, and that's what the 50-50 vision is about. So we do need your help. I'll share you can go to the internetsociety.org website and find more information about how you can participate. But in order to have very accurate measurements, you have to increase the number of measurements you're carrying out. You need to have what we call more vantage points. A vantage point is just how one side of the network is seen from another side of the network. And the only way you can have more vantage points is by having more and more measurement devices available on the internet. So a measurement device that I'm describing is a very small device. One I think was discussed here by Leah from RIPE. And she mentioned the RIPE Atlas probes. That's one of the devices we are looking at now and trying to encourage more people to use or deploy RIPE Atlas probes. And we're also exploring other devices that you can quickly deploy in your network, turn them on. They don't do anything else on the network. They just carry out simple measurements. They determine how fast is your access from your home network to certain internet infrastructure on the internet. And we can then get the data from that device and then plot a very accurate picture of your internet experience. So you can join, there are a couple of URLs there. You can join, you can sign up and get more information about how you can contribute, how you can host these devices, and how you can help increase your internet experience and experience in the region. So a number of resources available. We do have a number of trainings. I think I mentioned them in the previous session. You can access trainings on how to design networks. So we have trainings aimed at very young engineers who are just getting into the space. It teaches them how do you design a network? How do you connect one device to another device? How do you, if you want to connect 50 computers, what do you do? How do you crimp the cables? How do you design the IP addresses and so on? So we have courses that start from that level of a very young or entry-level novice engineer, all the way to a higher level, more advanced engineer, where we talk about IXPs, and also the project I talked about earlier on mutually agreed norms for routing security. So you can go to internetsociety.org/learning. All these courses are available at least in 2 languages, English, French, and some of them also in Spanish. Peering forums are excellent places also to understand more about peering and understand how well your country or your region is doing in terms of keeping traffic local in your country. The big event in Africa is called AFPIF, African Peering and Interconnection Forum. It was in Accra, Ghana in August, at the end of August. That meeting brings together a number of internet service providers, content data networks, policymakers, telcos, to come and talk about how we can improve the internet in Africa. There are a number of peering events there as well. I've put the ZA peering forum there at the bottom because I just got an invite today. I don't know if the person who sent the invite is here, but there's a ZA peering forum that's going to be here in 16th November. Very important forum. If you're interested in learning about the peering infrastructure in South Africa, if you're a local here, it's a very nice event to attend. Also, we can't do all this without our partners in this engagement of improving connectivity locally in the country, in Africa. Meta and ICANN, thank you very much for the support and collaboration. And I think this was covered yesterday, Coalition for Digital Africa, as one of the activities we engaged in. So I think I'll stop here. A number of URLs I've shared, they'll be on the slides, but you can find everything on the ISOC website, internetsociety.org. So I'll stop here. There'll be another presentation on IXPs next as well from my colleague Gilan. And I'll be around for any questions.
Thank you, and let's give him a round of applause. The next presentation is coming from Ghislain. I think is going to talk remotely. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Marcus, can you hear me in the room?
Is he online? Ghislain.
Yes, I can hear you, but can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see my slides?
Gisela, we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, Gisela.
I can hear you.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So can I proceed? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you can hear me well and clear. So I will be presenting about the IXP self-assessment. At Internet Society, we've been, among other organizations, we've been promoting exchange point development for the past decades, and we continue and we are remaining committed to developing exchange point across the globe, as Kevin mentioned that. We developed an IXP self-assessment. It is designed in the form of a survey, a SurveyMonkey survey, which asks a certain number of questions to IXP operators. And those questions, depending on how those questions are answered, we can rank and know exactly at which stage an exchange point is at. So the developing exchange point is a collaborative effort. So we've been working with regards to the IXP toolkit. It's a deprecated project, but we are still continuing to develop it and pushing it forward. EuroIX has different tools called the peering toolbox, where you can find many useful information, best practices to develop exchange point. PCH also has some very good materials that you can refer to develop an exchange point. Philip Smith Internet Development Site also, in their BGP for All courses, there are good materials related to exchange points specifically. So all those different organizations are working towards developing exchange point around the globe. Not to forget also regional internet registries, the different 5 registries, they have also some specific courses to develop the exchange point. So what is the problem that we are trying to solve with the IXP self-assessment? We've noticed that we needed a better structured approach to exchange point development. So all exchange points are not on the same development path. I would say some are on an early basic stage, some are at a very advanced stage. So roughly there are 3 development stages: an early stage, a developing stage, and an advanced stage. And we wanted also to give, not to be in a more like a patronizing perspective where we tell the exchange point, this is what you need to do. So they wanted also to understand what needs to be done so that they develop. So it is also to develop and enable exchange point operators to own and define their own development path and define, we want to do this and we want to do that, and set the priorities exactly on their action plans on a year-to-year basis. So the tool will also help them create a roadmap on how to reach the advanced stage. Another thing that was mentioned early by Kevin is about the 50-50 vision, where we are looking at, as Internet Society, we are looking at localizing 50% of the internet traffic within local markets or countries. And also this will help by strengthening the exchange point in those economies. It will also help us achieve the 50-50 vision. So what is the IXP self-assessment survey? So it's a tool it is targeting the IXP operators and help them assess their development stage. It helps also identify the key areas where they need to grow. It's designed as a survey, as I mentioned, and it has some logic. So depending on the way you answer questions, subsequently other questions will be given to the respondent. So it's not a flat survey. It started in 2022, where we focused this to Africa, and we had 17 IXP responding to that. And for this year, we've opened it to other regions beyond Africa, APAC region, LATAM region, and North America region. So far, we've had 31 exchange points responding to this survey. So what are those key perspectives, those 5 key perspectives that we are looking at with respect to IXP development? So when we say an exchange point is developed, there are many perspectives, but there are 5 key ones that I want to explain here. The first one is about governance and policy. So all these 5 aspects affect the development or the way an exchange point can attract more networks to its as its member. So the first one is governance and policies, peering policies. A peering policy can be can encourage or discourage members to join an exchange point. The way the government structure is around the exchange point, is it open, is it closed? All that are quite important aspects regarding the governance part of it. The infrastructure and security. Is the infrastructure capable of, let's say, accommodating, let's say, a new member coming and wanting a 100G port to the exchange? This can deter or encourage members to come or not. Is the exchange run in a secure manner so that what Kevin mentioned about hijacking traffic and etc. can happen at that exchange point? Does the exchange point also give certain types of services that also can help? Let's say a self-service portal. Can I do RTBH? Can I do remote triggered black hole service, so that whenever I'm attacked by DDoS attack, I can do that. I can trigger that feature in the exchange point so that I can stop that attack at the exchange. So that also will demonstrate if the exchange point is at an early developing or advanced stage. In terms of operations, how does the exchange point sustain its operation? Is it mature to self-sustain its operation, or does it depend on third-party financing, or does it generate its own revenues, and so on and so forth? And the last but not least aspect is the community engagement. So we know that exchange points are quite community-driven ecosystem, if I can say that. So how is the exchange point engaging with its community? Is it highly engaging, or is it just run in a closet and nobody knows about anything about it, and nobody can influence it or not? So the way it is engaging with its community is quite important. I think Kevin mentioned about peering forums. The way an exchange point can participate in establishing peering forums and making the community gather and define their policies, their governance, and their development stage is quite important also. So all these 5 key perspectives are quite important to define if an exchange point can be at an early, developing, or advanced stage. But something very important to know is all those development stages can be mapped into each and every key aspect. For example, here, let's say this is a picture showing an exchange point. What we can see is that at the governance and policy level, it is at a developing stage. It has moved from an early stage to a developing stage, but it has not reached the third level, advanced. But the good thing is that the next two perspectives, which is infrastructure and the services, it's quite advanced. But unfortunately for the operations, sustainability, and community engagement, it is still lagging behind. So here, an exchange point showing this status can decide and say, okay, for the next 2 years, I'm going to focus on operations, sustainability, and community engagement so that I can reach an advanced stage while working on my governance and policy also to reach an advanced stage. So giving this flexibility and visibility to the exchange is quite key so that they can exactly know where to intervene and improve. From a developing partner perspective, as Internet Society or any other organization, we understand also where to put more efforts and focus so that those exchange points are moved from stage, developing stage to the advanced stage, and how many will need infrastructure support, how many will need probably capacity building in terms of sustainability and building their sustainability perspective, and so on and so forth. So it gives us and other developing partners visibility on what needs to be focused on. And we understand how many have moved from one stage to another stage. And it also helps us understand the impact that we are making into this space. So one probably last comments I can say that is we understand that data protection and privacy are quite important. So whenever an exchange point gives or responds to that survey, we adhere to the Internet Society data protection and privacy policy. So all those data can only be publicized in an aggregated format, and it's also important to know that the survey is not. It does not have a time frame, so an exchange point can always go to the survey, fill it in, and then after that we do a one-on-one with the exchange point and advise them where they need to focus going forward. So I think that's it for with regards to the exchange point self-assessment. So those are the QR codes to get to those surveys. They are in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. For the coming editions, most probably next year, we are looking at probably adding some additional language, probably Portuguese or Arabic, but we will see how the demand is, but we want to be as much as inclusive as much as possible. So on that, I thank you and I welcome any comments. If you have any comments, please feel free to send those comments and contribution. If there is any aspect that we've forgot, please feel free to share them with me. My email is on that slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Normally, we were supposed to go through the 3rd presentation before we take questions, but let's give him the opportunity to answer your questions. So if you have questions, please come to the mic and then ask them or comment or whatever. Questions? Oh, okay. Yeah, Fiona.
Morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Just a comment and to add on to what I'm adding on to what Kevin Chege had presented. He talked about the peering forums that are going on, and just to let you know, Kenya has also introduced a Kenya peering forum. We had our first one on the 14th of September, and it was a very good conversation where we looked at our peering policies and what we could do about them. And we are hoping that this is going to be a continuous effort, and possibly we are considering having an East African peering forum before the next AFPIF in DRC. And the reason is because we want to be able to, this time we were not able to get into AFPIF a lot of the European content entities African exchange points are targeting. And also during the time we were having the Kenya Peering Forum, the European Peering Forum was also happening. So to just get a window in between, if we can coordinate with ISOC, so that we have a calendar of all the peering meetings globally, so that then we don't have clashes of peering forums. It will really help us. And we are asking from the Kenyan Peering Forum, we're asking if we could have the next peering forum the weekend or 2 days, the week before the starting of the African Peering Forum, because we realize getting into DRC will require a lot of the delegates to fly in through Nairobi. And so we are hoping we can be able to take advantage of that and plan, but we need input from the community if that is going to work, if it makes sense, so that then we have an East African Peering Forum as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, I think we are good to go. Thank you very much, Gisela. Another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. The next presentation is coming from Kevin again. It's about measuring the resilience of the internet in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm back again. I'm not paid per presentation. It's we're just a small team at ISOC this time. So, okay, how many of you are here for the presentation on Tuesday, I believe, that I made on internet resilience? 1, 2. Okay, so I'll mention it a bit so I can go a bit faster. So internet resilience, what does it mean? Why is it important? Why did we engage on it? So we wanted to understand, it's one thing to measure your internet and have a report that says your speed is this much, or when you turn on your mobile phone and you go to a speed checker tool, those of you who have used them to check your speed, it tells you your internet connection is 20 Mbps per second or 30 Mbps per second. But what exactly does that mean? And if in your country, your main access to the internet goes down, is your country, are there enough links in your country to give you resilience, which means one link fails, there may be others that can pick up the slack and provide connectivity. So we engaged with Afrinic, we being the Internet Society, we engaged with Afrinic on a project which we call Measuring Internet Resilience in Africa, MIRA. And two main goals or two main objectives to determine the level of internet resilience in African countries. And then and we didn't want to reinvent the wheel here. We didn't want to use like new tools or develop new ways to measure. We wanted to use all the available data that was on the internet and find out the real experience for users in Africa when it comes to the internet connectivity. And second, we also realized we're going to get a lot of data, but we need to present it in an easy to understand manner. So whether you're a network operator, you're a normal internet user, or you're a policymaker, you want to make a decision, wanted to present this internet resilience measurements in a way that you can use that to make an informed decision and improve the internet in your internet experience. So we had to define what is when we say resilient internet connection, there are many ways you can define it, but we came up with that one sentence that a resilient connection is one that maintains an acceptable level of service in the face of faults and challenges to normal operation. Then we also thought, okay, if we measure all this, we'll get a lot of numbers. We'll get, this is your speed per megabit per second. This is how long it takes you to download a file and so on and so on. We thought, is there a number, is there a way we can just give one score or one figure that anyone can use so that you know your internet experience or internet resilience score is X or Y or this number. So we came up what we call the Internet Resilience Index, IRI in short. And it's just an average score of a number of other measurements that we combine together and then come up with a score and say, this is the Internet Resilience Index score for that country. I'm going to explain a bit more. Now, when we started, there are many ways you can measure an internet connection. You can measure the normal one we use every day is uplink and downlink speed. You can go to various web pages. I'm sure you've seen that. Has anyone used speed checker or any tool to measure internet speed? Yeah, there are simple ones like fast.com. You go to fast.com, it tells you your speed is this, and you can get uplink, downlink speed, and so on. And there are several others. So what we decided to do is, because there's so many metrics, you can measure that. You can measure round trip time. You can measure how long it takes for you to get from one side of the globe to the other one. We came up with 4 main pillars, and we decided to try and categorize all the different ways you can measure the internet into those 4 categories, those 4 pillars. So the first one is infrastructure. This is very simple. How many ISPs are in that country? We've talked about IXPs. So for example, in South Africa, we have 13. In Kenya, Fiona will correct me. I don't know how many you have in Kenya right now. Fiona, I'm sure you'll have the accurate figure. How many IXPs are there? How many power providers are there? Because yes, you can have 15 ISPs, but if one country has 2 internet service providers, 2 power providers, and this other country has 1 provider, it means that if that power provider has a fault, there's a chance that connectivity will go down. So infrastructure is very easy. How many cables are coming into the country? How many ISPs in the country, and so on. Then performance is, uplink, downlink speed. We are using data to see how fast is it on mobile. So on your mobile device, your phone, or as you're browsing with your ISP, and also if you're using back home fiber and so on, what's the experience there? Third one is enabling technologies. So we're looking here at, do you have, or in your country, are there the critical supporting infrastructures for the internet, for example, DNS. So yesterday, I believe DNS was covered in depth in the ICANN session. So DNS is a very key infrastructure on the internet. So do you have one? Is it working well? Routing security, is the routing security being done properly in the country? How safe are you? Is your network the source of spam emails and so on? And then finally, we look at local ecosystem in terms of market competitiveness. If there's only one ISP in one country, in that country, there's no way it has a better resilient connection than a country with 15 or 20 internet service providers. So those are the 4 pillars we decided, and then we have different metrics below that. And we got a lot of help from, as I mentioned, this was a collaboration with Afrinic, but in order to help us design the approach, we also engaged with the University of Cape Town, the Simula, and also Carnegie Mellon University. They helped us to think around and come up with a very nice approach to conduct the measurements. So now it goes down to the math. So now we have to now calculate, okay, you have all these measurements that are coming in. How do we average them? How do we come up with a score? How do we tell you this is your internet resilience index score? So what you see there is a table with the breakdown that we came up with. You may not agree with it, and you'll be 100% correct about that. We are working on a way for you to make it dynamic. So if you think, for example, it's for your internet experience, it's more important for you to have good infrastructure than maybe a competitive market space. You'll be able to play around with the charts and and find out exactly how you're scoring on the different metrics. Now, visualization. So we had a lot of data, we had a lot of charts, we had a lot of spreadsheets, we had a lot of JSON files. How do you combine that in a way that can be easily understood? So on the Pulse dashboard that we have on ISOC, you can go there and see how we visualize the data. You can see the score for the 4 key pillars that I've talked about, and the score you get for each pillar in that country. And you can see scores for your own country, or you can see the score for a region or sub-region or a continent and so on, and you can compare. So you can go to pulse.internetsociety.org. There are other metrics we measure there, but if you go to resilience, you'll see the resilience scores we have there. So top 10 countries in Africa, based on all those numbers we've combined, all those data we've done, those are the top 10. Number 1 is Mauritius, and South Africa is in second place. I won't go through all the numbers there, but those are the scores under the 4 different pillars that I talked about. And all this is on the Pulse website. You can go and see. But based on the metrics, based on the data we have, those are the top 10 countries in terms of resilience. Resilience being if there's ever a fault in the internet connection, these are the countries you want to be in because they have a very good infrastructure to make sure you stay online. So just looking at South Africa, since we're in South Africa, but you can analyze for your own country. Those are the 4 pillars that we are measuring with. Those are the scores for South Africa. So South Africa has a rounded score of 53.4%. On resilience, and it's second best in Africa at the moment. If you go to the Pulse dashboard, it gives you more details on how that score is actually arrived. But simply explained, it's those 4 pillars, you divide by 4, you get your Internet Resilience Index score. So just comparing with Mauritius, why is Mauritius, why did we determine, why does the data show that Mauritius has a more resilient internet connection than South Africa? It is mainly for that metric there, which we call fiber per 10 kilometers. This is a percentage of the population within 10 kilometers of a fiber connection. So maybe Mauritius is at a certain advantage here, a smaller country than SA. So if your chances are you're near a fiber connection in Mauritius than you are in South Africa. So that's one. But in terms of overall, I think South Africa is doing very well with the other metrics. You can also, visualize the same data in a number of ways. If you go to the index, so that's another way to compare using the spiderweb graph. I think I covered this also earlier. So different ways to visualize the data depending on what you want to see and what you want to analyze. So we started in Africa. We did it for 2 years. We got a lot of input. We got a lot of feedback. And we got a lot of requests from outside Africa. It's like, when are you going to do this for global, for other countries? So now we're able to do the same approach we did for Africa. We applied to all the countries across the globe. And if you go to the Pulse website, you can click on any country there. We have data for 176 countries. You can click and see how well you're doing. And these are the top 10 countries based on 176 countries. So right now, based on the different metrics, the country with the best internet resilience at the moment is Iceland, and followed by those there, which I won't read, but you can get all this on the Pulse dashboard. Okay, so you can get a lot of data, you can combine it, but what about real-time measurements? What if I want to know right now today what the speed experience is for you in your home network? So as we discussed earlier, you do need more measurements. You need a way to carry out these real-time measurements. We piloted a small prototype measurement network using a Raspberry Pi 4. So a Raspberry Pi 4 is a small computer about the size of this remote I'm handling. It's a small, tiny computer. And they use very low power and they are relatively inexpensive. So we wanted to see, can you carry out or can you deploy your own measurement infrastructure? Let's say you want to measure the internet resilience for a small town or a small city. Can you just push your own devices and test and see? So we did a small pilot with 10 countries using the Raspberry Pis. We put certain measurement tools there. We received that data, we graphed that data, and we saw that data. So it was a pilot run. We did it for a couple of years. We could get graphs like that, statistics like that. And it was just a prototype to see how we can do it. Of course, there are much larger deployments. Like RIPE Atlas, I think the score was the number of devices on RIPE Atlas is 12,000. So only here we had 26, and we use it as a lesson learned. If you want to deploy your own measurement infrastructure, how do you want to do it? Now, the devices we used here, they are dynamic. It means you can run the software RIPE Atlas measurements. You can also run other measurement tools. You can run a tool called Murakami, which does uplink downlink speeds. You can use it as a uniprobe. You can switch on and switch off different tests depending on what you want to see. So that's a pilot we run, and we sort of we're documenting the lessons learned, and we are going to release a toolkit very soon. If you're interested in carrying out your own measurements, you'll be able to do that with our toolkit. So to wrap up, Insights Land, so we worked a lot with partners. Partners help you get a lot of the work done faster. We always engage with partners. And if you were here and you helped us with this, thanks again very much for this. We found out metrics vary per region. So we had, when we started, we had a very, the two of us who are working on this were based in Africa with a very African view of this. But when we started engaging with other colleagues, they'll say, you need to introduce this metric, introduce that metric. So they do vary per region. But the way the index is built is you can plug in more measurements if you like, or remove some measurements if you don't like. So as I mentioned, we have a measurement platform. And if you are trying to understand, so how do you use all this? This is just to help you make an informed decision. That's all. If you're a regulator and you want to improve the internet in your country or in your region, you can go to the index and look at the areas where you're not doing well. That's an indicator that this is the area you need to improve. So for example, if you're doing poorly on market resilience, it means there is a policy gap that, or there's a policy challenge that has made it more difficult for more ISPs to come in the space. So that's how you can use the index to make informed decisions. If you're a network operator and you see your country is doing poorly on uplink speed, downlink speed, that's an indicator. That's an area you could improve for a better internet experience. So future plans, we have a dashboard which you see there. It's very static. We want to make it dynamic. You can switch these or turn on or turn off different metrics. We are working on a framework document. In fact, Alain at the back of the room is helping us with a framework document. We are engaging with the ATU. So there'll be a framework document that helps if you want to know, okay, how do you, at a regulatory level, at a policy level, what policies help internet resilience? What are those policy and metrics you can apply? So that's what you're looking at there. And then we are completing the toolkit. If you're interested in real-time measurements, you want to deploy your own measurement infrastructure. We had a university that wanted to deploy measurements. They had a big university spanning the country. They wanted to know the different experiences for the users. You can deploy your own measurement infrastructure. And we're always refreshing the data. So we're always improving the observatory and improving the data we have so that we have more accurate data on the Pulse dashboard. So that's more work we're going to do there. So I'll close with that slide there. You can you can follow us on Twitter. You can email us on pulse.isoc.org. You can go to the Pulse website, of course, get more information. And there's a newsletter where we give updates on what you can get on Pulse. So thank you very much, and happy to take questions. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Questions for Kevin on the topic topics he presented? Okay.
Thank you.
Please mention your name, your organization, and
Idriss Assar from the Senegal Registry. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation and for the tool that Internet Society built for the community. Because I went on the platform 3 weeks back, and I was looking at the index of Senegal. And when I dive deep, I saw that, for example, we are struggling with some pillar like the infrastructure. And when you go under the sub pillar, you have, for example, data center. And for Senegal, surprisingly, I saw that we were scored like 0. And as Senegalese, I know that we have more data center. We have a couple of data centers. So my question is, how do you validate the data you get, or you make sure that these data are fair? This is my first question. Please go ahead, and after I will give you my other comment.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So we refresh the data, but it's not always 100%. We're always refining the data we have in. So what I would say, it's perhaps the data source we use for data center. So we access different data sources for various metrics. Mm-hmm. So perhaps what has happened is the data we got for data centers was missing information for Senegal. Perhaps mm-hmm. that's what caused that. But I'll definitely, I'm sure the other colleagues who are on the team team on data can have a look and have that fixed. Thanks for mentioning that.
Okay, and my suggestion would be, because I was just looking on the web and I found that should be interesting if you can share this data with, for example, the regulator, with the registry, so they can help you complete your data and make them more fair. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Your name, your organization, and
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kone Bakino Karim. I'm from Burkina Faso. My question is related to the presentation of Ghislaine, not for you. Sorry, I don't know if he's online, but it's about IXP. Okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
Ghislaine, are you online?
yes, I can hear him.
Okay, okay, good.
I've noticed that during his presentation, we have seen that 17 countries over 54 in Africa have IXPs. But is there any plan to set up an exchange point in other countries? This is the first question. The second one is that, is there any plan to interconnect the existing exchange point? Because we really know that the exchange help us to keep our traffic locally. So if all of exchange points are connected, our Africa traffic will be locally kept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bakari. So the 17 that responded to the 2022 survey, it doesn't mean that there are 17 exchange points in Africa. Actually, I think the number is around 51 if you can go to the afix.net website. But you are right, there are some countries that are still do not have any exchange point. So we are working with some of those countries that have approached us. There are some ongoing projects, and we will be willing to support them have their own exchange point in the country. So that's one. So the second aspect of your question of interconnecting those exchange points, I think you remember that an exchange point is one element of an ecosystem. So the ecosystem is not only made of exchange points, there are also data centers, there are ISPs or FIE in French, and you have local ISPs, you have regional ISPs, and so on and so forth. So interconnecting exchange points will imbalance the ecosystem in the sense that it will start competing with some of its members. Let's say an exchange point is in country A, and there is another exchange point in country B. But to interconnect the different networks in those two countries, they use a cross-border service provider, a service provider that crosses the border. If you interconnect the two exchange points, it becomes automatically in competition with that cross-border service providers. And subsequently, it will start seeing the exchange point as a competitor, and it will disappear. It will leave the exchange point and say, I will not connect to the exchange point because you are becoming my competitors. So we see exchange point of presence being interconnected, but in very densely meshed metropolitan areas like major cities. Let's say I will use an example of INC-ZD in South Africa. They have many points of presence, and those points of presence are interconnected between themselves. It is one exchange point with multiple points of presence, but within a kind of widely, densely populated metro area. But you will never hear that an exchange point in country A is interconnecting with another country in country B. When that happens, then the ecosystem falls apart. So that's the danger of interconnecting exchange points.
across different and long distances because they start competing with their members. I hope that clarifies the question. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
To add on what Gillian said, and this is not something theoretical. It has been tried at some places, and this is what happened. So sometimes it's good intention, but the result might not be what we want. I would like to react to the first question. Well, as you can imagine, with Pulse, we have so many data sources. We wanted to make it a very reliable, place where you can find information that you can rely on, but it's difficult in these conditions. So what you have done is really important, and I would encourage everyone to look at the data because you know better what is happening locally. For example, for someone where we are, it's very difficult for us to know how many data centers there are in Senegal, but it's very easy for you. So if everybody does that and tells us what is wrong, then I think we can make it better. So I really encourage everyone to try it for their own country, for something that they know, and then tell us if there are issues. Thank you.
I have a question on the study, on the data that Kevin has presented. Fiona Songa from TESPOC. I'm looking at the data and I'm wondering, is there a way we can either do a bit more calculation or put the countries into certain categories? Because when you say globally, Iceland is leading, then I've gone to look, what is the square kilometer radius of Ireland? What part of it is populated? Because a lot of it is rocky and cannot be populated. So then if we restrict it to just number of people per certain kilometers of fiber, I think we may lose a very important aspect of how communities are built and around cities. And we will end up having data which is a bit skewed. If we are going to have to do it that way, then we have to break down the countries into population categories so that you cannot, it's hard to compare Ireland with a population of 350,000 people with a country that has got 99 million people. You get, so let's see how we can work around that and find methodology of working out the numbers that looks at populations in terms of square kilometers of the parts of the country that are occupied, and then this where we'll be focusing on the connectivity of the population, a percentage of population or something along those lines, as opposed to same per kilometer, because when you look at that in Kenya, we can have a constituency with all those people.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Fiona. Actually, you're the second person at this meeting who has mentioned that should be the way to present the data. So agree 100%. Thanks for that. As mentioned, we are looking at more dynamic ways to visualize the data. So you can turn this off, turn that off, view per square kilometer, view maybe according to population density and so on. So thanks for that feedback. I think what you see on the Pulse dashboard right now, some of the data is very static, but we want to make it more dynamic so that you can view it based on the criteria that you'd like to see.
I would like to recommend on the infrastructure part, if you can look at the World Technology Index, has been quite reliable over the years, and it does break down that data to square kilometers of populated areas and brings that into play. And if our data cannot match that, then there's something wrong with, because there are other data has also been collected that can bring that aspect out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Fiona.
Yeah, there is questions from remote question from Emmanuel Togo from Ghana. Are there any projects in place to develop local content in addition to the exchange point?
Maybe that's a question for Gilan. I don't know if Gilan is still on the call.
Yes, I can hear you.
You want to take that on the local content versus IXP?
Yes. So in terms of local content, I think we've been, the focus, I think, for us is really to empower Exchange Point to go beyond the traditional ISPs, government networks, and go and really attract banks, universities, schools, everyone that has content within that market. So our contribution to the Exchange Point is really to tell them, guys, go beyond the traditional ISPs. Go look for that betting company. Go look for that bank. Go look for that school. Go look for that. So they can look at different. Different ecosystem within any specific market. Look at what is thriving. Let's say in Nigeria, music is big. Is that industry structured? Are they hosting locally and attract them to come to the Exchange Point? I think that's what we are telling Exchange Point to do. Look at the thriving sectors, approach them, also help them structure themselves so that they can start digitizing their content. Also, there is an aspect of monetizing their content. So somehow they will have also to support them understanding what are the strategies to monetize and so on and so forth. But again, that's the push we are telling Exchange Point to go beyond what their traditional networks, but look at around them and then what they can bring on the Exchange Point and so on and so forth. It will start by services first, because by experience, what I've seen, banks are the easiest ones to come, and then betting companies and online betting companies and so on and so forth. Revenue authorities, all those governments, public services are the next one to come. Once they come, the gravity becomes bigger, and then the low-hanging fruits, other sectors will come because the trust would have been built. That's what I can contribute to that question. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more resource I want to mention that is quite useful. So there's the Africa IXP Association. If you go to af-ix.net, there you'll find good information about IXPs in Africa. They have a nice map also of active IXPs in Africa. So that is af-ix.net. So you can go there and find out more about IXPs. So, and also to the question about support for IXPs, if there's no IXP, there is a grant program available from ISOC, so you can apply for the grant and you can get support in the form of equipment to help you set up your IXP or something else. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, between us and our lunch break, we have Dr. David Bekele, who is going to talk about internet threats to us and then conclude in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's welcome him for another round of applause.
I am back. This one will be short, but if you only promise me something, we are going to give you a QR code, and we hope that you can fill a short survey for us about what we are going to discuss today. So at the Internet Society, we believe that there are major dangers for the internet society, for the internet, I'm sorry. And we believe that, we shouldn't take those dangers lightly. We discussed fragmentation, but we hear from our community that there are many other threats. So we have started to collect from our community, what are those threats? What are the things that they believe are endangering the internet? So we'd like to spend maybe just since the honorable chair had requested me to be very short, so we are not going to take more than 10 minutes, but I would like to hear some of the threats that you see from your end, and then we would really be happy if you could scan those QR code, this QR code, and then take your time and complete the survey and tell us what is from your end the danger that you see from the internet. So without further ado, the mic is yours. Anyone who would like to start? Yes, Fiona, thank you.
Fiona Songa from TESPOC. I'm still going to put in the survey, but I think for the purposes of generating discussion, I will get us started. One of the things that I see is the biggest threat to the internet in the future is the fragmentation of the internet by governments. We need to find a way of helping our governments and government institutions understand that the internet is the internet because it bypasses boundaries, it traverses our local ecosystems and takes us beyond our boundaries, beyond what we know as our jurisdictions. And so for us to be able to manage things that go through the internet and matters internet related better, we must collaborate and not try to build walls of our spaces of jurisdiction. Because when we do that, we end up making things that the internet was built to do seamlessly become such hurdles because we're trying to have control. While the aspect of jurisdiction is important and very much respected within the internet space, and that is why we recognize different governments being present in our multi-stakeholder discussions. The government is also a player. They have a role to play in those conversations. It is much more important that we help to build the capacity within our governmental institutions so that as they prepare laws and regulations for their respective countries, they are cognizant of the fact that the internet was built as a free space, and the free space flows freely and should be encouraged to be free flowing so that information is accessible to the population, bearing in mind that information is power. When you know, then you are empowered to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Anyone else? Les jeunes burkinabés, est-ce que vous avez des soucis pour le futur de l'Internet? Est-ce que vous avez peur que vous n'aurez pas l'Internet demain, ou bien qu'il ne sera pas aussi bien qu'il l'est aujourd'hui? Donc, je demande qu'un Burkinabé se lève et nous dise ce qu'il en pense. Un peu de courage.
Hi everyone. I will speak in French. Is it okay? D'accord. Bonjour à tous. Alors, je voudrais dire merci aux organisateurs déjà. Voilà, parce que ce débat-là, on devait le tenir. Il le fallait vraiment. Merci vraiment aux organisateurs parce qu'on a échangé tous ces jours-là, des échanges de qualité. Merci aux panélistes et aussi aux intervenants parce que c'était des débats vraiment de qualité. Voilà, je suis fier du travail qu'on a abattu ici jusque-là. Voilà, demain, il y a encore des travaux, c'est vrai. Mais ce qu'on a abattu déjà jusque-là, c'est vraiment impressionnant. Et je suis fier d'être là aujourd'hui et aussi durant tout ce temps qu'on a passé ensemble. Alors, ce qu'on a fait là, c'est pour notre population, c'est pour l'Afrique. Tout ce dont on a parlé, c'est bien. On a parlé de sécurité. On a parlé de fragmentation. Tout ça, c'est pour notre population. Voilà. Mais il y a un aspect que je n'ai pas du tout entendu jusque-là. Vous savez que l'Internet africain est assez jeune. Voilà, les autres continents ont eu le temps de s'adapter à cet Internet-là. Quand vous prenez un gamin qui a un jardin où il y a des fruits, en tout cas de toutes sortes, vous le laissez dans ce jardin-là, sans lui faire un petit coaching, ça va vous étonner, mais au bout d'un moment, peut-être qu'il va s'empoisonner sans que vous vous en rendiez compte. Là, j'assimile le continent africain à ce gamin-là, qui est un peu submergé à une tonne de données provenant donc de l'Internet. Qu'est-ce qu'il fera de ces données-là? C'est vrai qu'on veut un Internet qui est assez ouvert, c'est ce qu'on attend vraiment de l'Internet, et je suis d'accord avec ça. Mais culturellement parlant, la tonne d'informations qui arrive à notre niveau est impressionnante. Nos enfants, quand ils s'éveillent à l'Internet, c'est pour voir des challenges sur TikTok. C'est pour souvent de la pornographie aussi, il faut le dire. On veut un Internet libre, c'est vrai. Mais est-ce que cette liberté ne va pas nous coûter cher à nous, Africains? C'est aussi une question de survie. Je pose cette question à tout le monde, c'est aussi une question de survie. On a parlé de fragmentation. J'aimerais que l'Internet ne soit pas fragmenté. Oui, mais on a notre culture aussi qui est là. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Dans nos cultures, on dit, bon, voilà, pour un enfant, il faudrait attendre un certain âge avant d'avoir un certain nombre d'informations. Ben, je pense que si on doit aller vers cette non-fragmentation sans, d'une certaine manière, édicter quand même des règles qui sont adaptées à notre Afrique et à notre culture, et notre survie est menacée d'une certaine manière. Donc, j'aurais aimé que dans tout ce qu'on a fait comme travaux, cybersécurité, avec des choses, avec DNSSEC, tout ce qu'on a eu à faire avec les organisations ICANN et autres, AFSTAR, qu'on essaie de voir cet aspect-là en profondeur et aider également nos gouvernants à protéger ce qui nous est cher aujourd'hui. Ce n'est pas nous, mais la future génération qui est en train de venir. Ça, c'est le premier aspect que je voulais aborder avec vous aujourd'hui. Le deuxième aspect concerne les interactions. Bon, je voulais attendre demain pour le faire, mais ce n'est pas évident que j'ai une réponse demain vu que c'est la clôture. Voilà. La deuxième intervention que j'ai concerne surtout la relève. Durant ces derniers jours, nous avons parlé de relève. Nous avons aussi parlé de dynamisme de nos organisations. Nos organisations ne sont pas assez dynamiques. Nous avons également parlé de Afrinique et sur ce point, je ne vais pas rentrer en profondeur parce que je ne maîtrise pas trop le domaine. Voilà, mais déjà pour ces 2 ou 3 points que j'ai énoncés, je pense qu'il y a un problème d'appropriation de nos organisations par les Africains eux-mêmes, par nous-mêmes, je dois dire. Et ce problème, il faut le prendre à bras le corps, de mon point de vue. Et je vais situer ce problème-là et je vais dire que la solution plutôt, notre salut va venir donc de la génération qui va venir. La plupart des ingénieurs africains, et dont moi y compris, nous avons grandi sans cet écosystème de gouvernance Internet. Sans ce que nous voyons là maintenant, nous demander de nous impliquer dans des organisations souvent, ça relève du parcours du combattant. Voilà, il est plus facile de modeler un jeune pousse qu'un arbre qui est déjà tout fait et qui est calé. De mon point de vue, notre salut va venir donc de la génération qui va venir. Et il faudrait qu'on mette une attention particulière là-dessus. Lors de la présentation des différents panels qui se sont déroulés hier, j'ai vu qu'il y avait des partenariats avec les universités. J'aimerais qu'on essaie de les renforcer. De les renforcer, pourquoi? Parce que si on renforce nos partenariats et qu'on arrive à dispenser les contenus qu'on a avec les différentes organisations, si ces universités peuvent intégrer ça dans leur filière, dans leurs modules, vous allez voir qu'au bout d'une année, 2 ans, on va avoir une montée en puissance, une montée d'intellectuels liés soit à l'Internet ou à la gouvernance de l'Internet. Je pense qu'on peut explorer cette piste-là. Voilà, on pourrait aller vers des accords des universités qui sont membres de peut-être des différentes organisations qu'on a vues ici, voilà, que ce soit ICANN ou bien de façon globale AF-STAR, voilà, avec des représentants qui vont conduire des activités des différentes institutions au niveau de ces universités-là. Ça va être productif parce qu'en l'espace d'une année, 2 ans, on va voir au niveau de ces universités apparaître des filières qui ont attrait à l'Internet ou à la gouvernance de l'Internet. Je suis certain qu'au bout de 2 ans, 3 ans, dans chaque pays, il y aura un très grand nombre d'intellectuels, des gens qui veulent vraiment faire carrière, qui ont conscience des enjeux de l'Internet pour le continent. Voilà.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. J'ai bien fait de vous appeler parce que vous avez beaucoup d'idées. I think we can stop here. I count on you to complete the survey there. It's very important for us because we want to hear from you. We want to know what you believe is important. So I don't want to spend too much time. I'm sure you want to go for lunch. So I will just want to say, thank you. Thank you for staying up to 1 o'clock for this meeting. I hope that you have heard some of the things that we do. That's not all. I encourage you to go and visit our website. You'll see many things that might be of interest to you. We encourage you to participate. If you are not a member of Internet Society, please be a member of Internet Society. If you have a chapter, please be a member of the chapter at the local level. If there is none, please create one. If you are interested to establish a chapter in your country and there is none, please contact this guy who is taking a picture. He is the guy who is in charge of chapters. And don't hesitate to contact us. We're here until tomorrow. So I'm here this afternoon as well. So contact us if you have any question. We'll be happy to answer to whatever questions you might have. But most of all, I think the African Internet community is at a crossroad. We have serious challenges ahead. I was very encouraged by the discussions that we have had in the past few days. I think even those of us who are fighting among each other discussed, about our problems and also a bit about what should be the future for our community. So I think we have to continue with this. I think rhythm. We have tough time ahead. I don't think we should despair. Yes, there are big challenges, but I think they are not unsurmountable, especially if we work together and we don't have any other choice. We really need the internet, and for the internet to exist, it needs institutions, and it's not by really destroying an institution that is as critical as Afrinic that we are going to build the internet of the future. So let's work together so that we have Afrinic back on its feet, this requires a lot of commitment from all of us. And I really hope that we have the people in Africa that can really help us bring Afrinic where it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just 1 second. Kevin is reminding me something very important. We have a cocktail organized by Internet Society at 5:30 today. At 5:30, where will it be? Yeah, the bar section of the restaurant. You need to register using the QR code. We will keep the QR code for a few minutes so that you have time to, to scan it. If you don't have time, please catch Victor somewhere, and he will give you the QR code so that you can, you can register. We're sorry we are doing that because we are afraid not to have enough seats and enough drinks. So we want to make sure that if you come there, you'll have something to drink. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Well, it is time for our lunch. Today, the lunch is at the Chef Bouma. Ask the security guard, they will direct you. Thank you very much.